Hello, good evening. It's another Tuesday. It's, what is today? Tarot and Turnabout Tuesday again. Last week we played the great. No, what is the. I can never remember the full name. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're about, I think, halfway through the first chapter, the first trial. We left on a cliffhanger because Miss Jezail, I think is her name. Uh, we realized that she had a handbag that was not disclosed to the court. So she quite possibly has the ability to conceal a murder weapon. And we left it at a cliffhanger because I thought it'd be fun, and also because it was towards the end of the stream. So that works out. As far as the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles go, I'm still trying to figure out kind of how I want to do this. I really like the story. I may go forward. I know I've definitely committed to the first stream of every month will be dedicated to Timberborn, because I want to make sure I check up on the beavers. And then for the rest of the month, I just try to figure out kind of what the groove is going to be. Do I want to, keep with one, or do I kind of want to bounce around, or do I want to have a library of games and kind of revisit them? I'm not 100% sure yet. Still trying to figure that one out. But we'll just kind of see what feels right and kind of take it from there. I don't know if you have seen, but I went ahead and made some changes to the stream schedule. I'm going to commit at least 1 hour at the end, well, starting at 10:30 to do tarot. So 7:30 to 10:30 is going to be gameplay. 10:30 to whenever is going to be tarot. I just kind of left it open-ended. If people show up, hey Aragorn, welcome in. He just kind of caught me ranting, talking about the new stream, my new stream schedule. I've set it so that it's 7:30 to 10:30 is going to be gameplay, and then the last hour or so, however long, is going to be tarot. Just so I have a nice consistent schedule. That way I know when to switch over and stuff like that. And then I was also talking about not sure how I want to kind of schedule the rest of the gameplay and stream. I know the first stream of the month is going to be dedicated to Timberborn, so we have beavers, and then honestly I don't know. I'm just kind of playing it by ear, and I'm not sure if I want to play a game all the way through or kind of bounce around, spin a wheel. Who knows? I don't know. But I have a kind of a library of games that I've started that need finishing. I'm going to finish up. I try to at least finish up the first chapter of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I have part of the what is it called? The Mystic Wheel, the other tarot game that I played. And then we have Advance Wars, which I was playing as well. I both like and dislike playing on the Switch because it frees up a little bit of computing power, but then I also have to set up all these extra wires to my computer, so setup takes a little bit longer. So that's why I start a little bit later than usual on Switch days. I really have to get better at that. But I have made some adjustments to the like I said, to the stream schedule. I'm going to go ahead and start updating those on the panels underneath here. Still trying to work on the Discord, still trying to get that one up and running. I just haven't had time enough dedicated time for that one. This holiday weekend was really busy for me, so I kind of did my personal stuff. So that was fun and rewarding, but it also means I have a lot of extra stuff to catch up on, both at work and both here at Twitch. I've been trying to fix my my mod bots so that they don't ban everyone under the sun. And I think I have it down, both Stream Elements and Nightbot. So we'll see. Hopefully, if Nightbug or you, Aragorn, decide to clip something and post it, hopefully it doesn't time you out. But we'll see. The only way I'll know is if it actually happens. And then I also have this open. It's closed. I think I accidentally set my there it is. The play with viewers for my tarot is set to open, so let me fix that really quick so no one accidentally joins, just in case. All right, and I think that's kind of the updates for the week. We'll get to the thrilling conclusion of our cliffhanger. I think where we last, like I was mentioning, where we last left off, the witness, we just found out that she had a handbag, which means that she could conceal a murder weapon potentially. So let's go check it out. So where are we? Hosanaga. Simply because it was unnecessary. So he didn't disclose. Unnecessary? In what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. So I don't understand why my Stream Elements bot is so late to the game when it comes to this chat going on here. That's another thing that's on my list to fix eventually. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. I'm doing good, Aragorn. Thanks. Like I said, just kind of busy over the weekend, the holiday weekend, kind of doing personal stuff. So I had a good kind of recharge, but then it caught up with me at work and here, because like I was saying, I haven't been able to really dedicate any time to the Discord or updating any of my Twitch settings. I did some of the mod work for the bots and stuff, but not as much as I'd like. But it was good to recharge personally. How about you? This what? This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. So he had a camera? As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator to this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Ha ha. I must say, you put up quite the fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Having considered all the evidence placed before me...
Yes!
Oh, I didn't do that. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there is a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, Counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I'm desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I'll grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at this photographic print Inspector Hosonaga had submitted before. You will identify for the court where, in this print, we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Well, this is super weird that there's a tattoo? Which matches this. Uh-oh. I won't go. Okay, there you go. Close enough. You know what I mean.
Yes!
Yes! Look at this. Here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. A burn, not a tattoo. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Why is it cutting out like that? Oh, I see. There we go. Oh, not this again. I think I have a loose cable. Come on. There we go. Much better. Maybe not. Oh, here we go again. Maybe? Ugh. See, this is why I don't like Switch games. Well, I love Switch games. I just don't like having it set up to my computer. Seriously, everything was just fine. It was working just fine. What is going on here? Alright, hold on. Okay, and now there's no sound. We went over this last week. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. One more second. Hmm. Oh, okay. All right. We'll just have to do it that way. I don't know why it doesn't work when I have it wired the way I prefer. This is the worst way to wire it. All right. I'll be right back. Give me one more second. I have to fix all my cables. Oh boy. All right, there we go. Much better. Maybe. I don't know. I think what I need to do is just get better better equipment. All right. Where were we?
Objection!
There it is. Objection. Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on our victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aoichi pointed out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean of and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. Dude, can I throw an objection out there? Because, no. You can't just leave. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I think I should keep digging and hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that I just showed it a little while ago is this one. Because of the cow head thing on the plate here.
Yes!
Yes! What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. Well, right here. Yes! The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! The emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Reinosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that was the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Aoichi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... Oh, it happened after he was shot. Sorry, spoilers. I would say, looking at this picture of the wound, at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it is extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. It was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
And there you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day, or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, he didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any hesitation, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aoichi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Reinosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we would arrive to a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson called it, was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order! Order! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Aoichi. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered a burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, this court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. She was dining with a dead man. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency... The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. So she speaks fluent Japanese, apparently. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue The Queen's English is the most refined and elegant language in the world. Oh, okay. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Wow! Alright, well, I hope you're guilty. That's just rude. But it seems the men of this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, wow. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman, and we are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh wow, okay. Don't like her. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it must be very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I'll be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Okay, let's see here. What is the most likely statement? do I press? Is it X? Oops. No, stop.
Yes!
There it is. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although what? Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Interesting. Damn you. Ah, I've had enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of others, it means bless you. No, I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us, as there are no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim's burn... And if the victim burn... What? If the victim burn his wrist... If the victim burnt... Oh. If the... I can't read. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out of the kitchen, then he must already have been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Auchi is right. Ah! If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there's always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. That isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But there may be some way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone exactly how you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, Taketsuchi Aoichi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. Aspersions. Correct, Aragorn. Poison. But I need to figure out how to prove it. We need some evidence to back us up here. Alright. So, what do I have in the court record is the question, right? The glass in the bag. Let's see. Like, we would need to have the glass to, like, test it. Huh. It's 2 pages, okay.
Yes!
Let's press anyways and see what comes of it. Inferior? What do you mean of that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. That's not something to be proud of, Aoichi. Exactly, which means that, even if the investigation takes a different direction... What the... Takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aoichi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. So he has a tell. What do you think, Rinosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Rinosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? What do you mean? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seems to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If he might be presenting an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. Find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Oops. Oh no! I wish there was a way to just skip this, like, end of the... Fast, 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 fast. There we go. Alright, one more time. This time I won't go too far. Nope. Wrong button.
Yes! Wait.
Okay. So he reacted, so how do I... But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, they'll find they very often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry. Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now. Reinosuke. All you have to do... Oh, it's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right, with left and right, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to pursue pursue them with A. If you catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice anything a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then. So first I should move the marker across and focus on the detective, then pursue him with A, and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Okay, so it's, there we go. And pursue.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. So sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He was really lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking of something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testimony at the who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Hmm? A detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Oh. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. You gotta work. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Uh-oh. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all its fizz having been opened 3 days ago. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Alright, calm down. Yes. There's some left in the bottle, I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man's burn... Oh, wait, this is the same testimony. Alright, so... We have new evidence, so let's take a look. See what we can find out. The label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says, Cosimo? I'm Cosimo. I think it's French. It must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I'm asking. You can go to France and ask. Alright. Don't drink it. It's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Ah, Aragorn, here it is. The poison! Now we just need to get the next step. How do we know? An interesting possibility. So that means we need to get an investigation of some sort. So that means I think it would be this.
Yes!
Yes! What's this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Yes. Let's spam my own chat. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Alright. Thanks for testing that, Aragorn. Because now I know my bot is angry. I'm trying to find like the right level of mod, but apparently Nightbot is not a friendly bot. Why is it done in percentages? Alright, let's set it to like 99%. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna switch it to 99% repetitions. Let's see here. Let's do. Oh, it was emotes, so we'll set it to 99% emotes also. Excessive emotes is disabled, so it shouldn't do emotes. Words and phrases. Let's see, it's Nightbot, right? That's doing it? Okay. Stop. Okay. Excessive. Okay. Also, I'm gonna reduce the timeout length to like 60 seconds. 600 is kind of excessive. Actually, no, I'm just gonna do 30. Because even 60 is kind of excessive. For a mistake? Please. Okay. And let me do spam filters and stream elements. I probably don't need both these bots going, but I already have them set up, so I'm gonna make them work with each other. Okay. There we go. There you go. It should not catch you anymore. Let's see. I don't think it can. I'm the broadcaster. It's definitely not going to do anything. Yeah, it's not going to do anything to me. But it shouldn't, because I it shouldn't do anyone, because I set it to 99%. So like essentially all of your chat would have to be the same thing. It took like, I don't know how many streams. It took like 3 months, but I think I'm finally wrangling in my bots. All right. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip poison into his drink. There is only one person who could possibly done it. Josiah Brett, it was you! That's quite the accusation.
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize this entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever. Whoa. It's you. You who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. This bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that is available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, my dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. It's from her country. It's true. He was very specific to say every possible poison in this country. Furthermore, also, isn't she, if I remember correctly from last week, she's like studying in the lab? Like she's a chemist, I think? She's a medical student. Okay, so she would know. He's also a professor of medicine, so they would have access to drugs, right? And poisons. The accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Hold it!
Hold it!
Yes! Wait, who's that? Ah. Please, wait. Isn't that... What's the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba? He said that like I should know what that name means. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in furoshiki cloth. Don't no! Oh, to be continued. Okay, we still have some time. We still have some time before the stream ends. We can play a little bit more. We can play a little bit more. Because now I really want to see what's going on. It's been years since I played this game. I've forgotten all the twists and turns, to be honest. Alright, have a good night, Aragorn. Thanks for stopping by. I'll put up the VOD so you can follow along and you can catch the rest of the story. Did I save it here? Okay, I did. Well, I understand that you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant? And a woman no less. Oh, shut up. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I only ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You are too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. Well, it hasn't, because he hasn't made a ruling. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is this? A report about something? Written in English? It's Jezzael Brett's research. The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with this case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare? And its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare. What is that? I've never heard that word before. Neither have I. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just on the inside cover. If you think it would be valuable, please cast your eyes over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Goodbye then, and good luck. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to this court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Reinosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could just... If you would mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so long until tea time. I have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased in a question. However, I must ask that you treat that as an order. Jeez. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? I have to inspect it here, see what exactly is going on. Synopsis: a poison made from the bark of certain trees in jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that toxin could have applications as an anesthetic. However, the solution for the respiratory arrest caused as the result of a full body paralysis must be found first, or the patient would die of suffocation.
Yes!
Yes! Miss Josiah Brett, we understand you've been studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University, doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? Toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense. Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have what? You wouldn't have done. What? Is that even... You wouldn't have done. Is that right? Huh. What do you mean? I mean, you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order! Order! Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it is reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims the animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery. These aspersions? I don't know how to read. Aspersions are utterly trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible sign of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse to the floor. But with a chair underneath him for support, As Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Yeesh. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hereto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but it's you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstance of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act, wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? She's gonna drink it. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Wow. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of all of it now, and it's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness. Whatever's the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're trying to say? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. What is this? Cool, I have a spam. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Let's fix that. Uh-oh, what happened? Hold on. For some reason, it's not letting me. I don't know why. Come on. Alright, I'll figure that out later. No point in me stressing over that. I will deal with that. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little far eastern charade, I guess you would say, will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. Oh, what? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes in the need of a good... what? It's in need of a good staining until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. What? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry counsel, for which you'll be penalized. It's in the cup. That's all I'm trying to say. It was a 50-50 shot and I lost. It contained poison. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious.
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposed poison water unscathed? Yeah. So she was eating because Dr. Wilson couldn't. But her glass is still here. Therefore, this must be Dr. Wilson's glass.
Yes!
It seems the defense, or should I say, the wretched accused. Oh, so it's the other picture? Ugh. Alright, hold on. Okay. Alright, so it's gotta be this one then. This is the only other evidence I have. Right? Yeah.
Yes!
Yes! Okay, so it's not that one either. Oh my god. Oh! Oh, okay. So it's not either of these pictures. So is it the bottle? Is it the... Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound. So you can't drink it. Like, it has to be through a wound. He just had oral surgery. Oh.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. That was so dumb. Of course.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. Ugh. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You'll direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? I think it's special characteristics. I see. Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh? Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So, surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they would be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found an answer to that conundrum. in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research, you knew curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh! Rapscallion! Her hat moved. Well, Rinosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Attention!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Succus? Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers. What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? I'm one step ahead of you, Brett. The professor had teeth pulled, so he had an open wound in his mouth. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this welling up inside of me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Oh, he did it! He did it! He made an objection. I don't think so, Miss Josiah Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence, as we now know that poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare?
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you are well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Ah! So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so... what? Puerile? What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you have vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, I could just slip. Oh, wow. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically... No! What is... The Englishwoman, she just smashed that bottle in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much water from that broken bottle as possible, at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout all you'd like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know, now will we, if there really was poison in that bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, my dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. What? Why? So of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. But Kazuma, evidence. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. But it's circumstantial, though. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Rinosuke Naruhodo. Oh. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now she's really going to get away with it? And she destroyed that evidence. And the way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Rinosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I may have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Rinosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been... what? Whatever it could be. Whatever it is, could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. Is there somewhere... It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... What? The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... Oh, okay. It's, the only difference is this one right here.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in all your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, perhaps if you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. A memory? Oh, what memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw on that wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at this photograph, and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, There's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was somewhere between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Jezzael Brett, I beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Whoa. Okay. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating, and I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there is a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood man. Show the court. Oh no. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Huh. Huh. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no. That's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Please don't take anything I read out of context. No. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the fact all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objections? bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Oh, no, 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 no! I hit the wrong button. How do I go back? Please don't. Please. Alright, okay. I hit the wrong button. Well, a deafening silence from the defense. I'll take that as your final answer on the... Your Excellency, please wait. The plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Precisely where on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Do I have court record? Like, is that a thing I can do? Huh. Okay. I think I know. Like, it's bite marks. Oh, what? What in the world is this? I think it's a Hobond coin. And a hallmark from the Hoei period, I believe. No, no, no. I mean, what is it? I mean, what is it doing here? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion before... bullion before bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei area, too. That would make it really quite valuable. And it's well marinated in the juice as well. Look. What are you thinking? What, are you thinking of eating it? No, no. But next time I order a steak at an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Rinosuke. I think a Koban coin under the steak. There's only one logical explanation.
Got it!
Got it! Good gracious, that's... a Koban? What on earth? A Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett. This is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen anything before. I've never seen that thing before in my life. and I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? What could that could have simply been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction.
Objection!
Ahoy Koban? Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoy Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. A rare Hoy Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Just people yelling back and forth in the courtroom. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if they can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person who it can belong to. The owner of the koban was found underneath the beefsteak is Curio Korekuta.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and the owner of Rasote, Curio Korekuta-san. Curio, as in Mr. Kump or something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese are quite unfathomable. Wow, never mind. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, is that correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure? Indeed, a Hoei-era koban, my prized coin. Then this Hoei-era koban, do you mean to tell me... No. Please, why would Korekuta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking you to bring Korekuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here, without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find the key is a key element in the case. What? How long is this witness stand? Should fit 4 people on here. What is this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Aido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from the courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasote shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korekuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasote memory serves... Oh, wow. Ow! The resplendent, splendiferous Hoi treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by mistake. Which means someone must have hidden it there on purpose. Someone concealed my Hoi treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. A secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there have been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidences have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud rather quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes. I took on the job of waiter in a restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there's a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Kurakoto-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurakoto-san's Koban and hid it under the steak? Well, the only other person eating steak. Yasanosa.
Take that!
Obviously. It can only be you. Sergeant Yasanosa. How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Aido. Aido is the mastermind behind all this. What? You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. What the heck? Huh. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yasanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflict remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things in the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping away through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife or fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man at his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket and without trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett? Of course, dear lady. Of course, how rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Oh. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the koban is clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. But it is related. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well... Oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. He spikes the camera. Huh? Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words got me there. Got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there's a contradiction in there somewhere. Something that didn't quite add up. And if that's the case, just don't stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call it out now, you'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? What parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, is beyond nonsense and pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? Huh.
Take that!
A photographic print of the scene immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes. Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious that I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, you've noticed too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. And take a good look at this steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there's clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks on the steak at all.
Objection!
But what's your point exactly? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett... Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. I've heard enough. You irritating little speckled samurai relic. Oh, of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications of these teeth mark in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now, at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the blood stain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Shut up!
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, It's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward. There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't. But there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well, I have a feeling this will be my very last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's written. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the stake with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping away through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Kurokoto-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You, watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier of the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentlelady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. Hi, Nightbug. Oh, I know. I've been there. There's a lot. There's a lot to go through. The Englishwoman is a real jerk. Oh, we're still in the middle of the trial. Like, this is the same trial. It's really long. So yeah, she's a jerk. The waiter, who's also a inspector, steals evidence from the crime scene because current Japanese, well, current quote unquote in this game, Japanese practice is to do one inspection and then clear the crime scene, which is insane to me. We just learned that the sergeant, Nosa, stole a coin from the old man, who's over here on the right, and hid it under a steak, thus proving that the steak that is then brought into evidence was not Miss Brett's, the Englishwoman. Oh, and that she is studying medicine under Dr. Wilson, the person who's dead, and has a South American poison that she's been researching that she has allegedly poisoned Dr. Wilson with. So now we're trying to prove that oh, so now we're trying to prove that there was a blood stain on the steak, on the plates. Yeah, on the plate that the steak was on. Um, because that would prove that the steak was in between the shooter and the victim. Yeah, there's a lot. This is a good time to plug that in the um, in the panels, I have linked my YouTube channel, which has all the VODs, and this VOD will be uploaded to YouTube so you can watch it. Shameless plug. Um, there you go. Well, it was on the hold on. It was on the wooden part, like over here. Yeah, see, and then she was doing research on a poison that causes paralysis. And oh yeah, the steak that was brought into question has bite marks out of it, and she just admits that she uses a knife and fork. So this can't be her steak. But the sergeant, Nosa, was also eating a steak, and when he was trying to steal the coin from the old man, he was afraid that if the police searched him, he would be caught stealing, so he hid the coin under the steak. That's it. Yeah. All right. He does. For some reason. You mean to tell me you don't just like pick up your steak with both hands and like bite into it like a hamburger? That's totally normal. Normal behavior. Normal human behavior. When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes, like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted the steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then, the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman. I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So, when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. I pushed the baby down. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak to the one on the foreign lady's table. I'm sure Aragorn would have words with you about eating a steak like that. I don't know if he's a werewolf, but he's wolfkin, so, you know, just saying. I never saw you do such a thing. Oh yeah, and she also speaks Japanese now. I forgot about that. She had been lying the entire time, hiding the fact that she can speak Japanese. Unbelievable! However, fear not, pure prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That's all I did. Sir! All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, It means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. And to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
Can you... What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wiggling your way out of it this time, lady. Her hat, yeah. The swan on her hat has, like, flared out, like the wings are open. Oh, now it's back to normal. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided that's a problem, not me. Yeah, but I mean, also, Kazuma's, like, headband is always going, so, you know. Japan physics. The reason that... Japan physics. Sorry. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. Oh, that's right. He had a memory that there was a blood stain on the plate. This is how we went through this entire saga. So he thinks he saw blood on the plate. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you're eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further, Inspector. Oh, Inspector, will you show the evidence to the court? Yeah, trial magic. That's probably a better term than Japan physics. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Oh, wow. Sorry for keeping you. Oh, there it is. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Yep. Straight cut. Bloodstain. Seems about right.
Yes!
Yes. I wish there was... I wish there was a way to do like a chat command where it just flashes yes on the screen. Maybe I'll try that. Maybe I'll try to program that in. Now, this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ah. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Jazael Brett. It's you! Oh. Her hat's dead. Passed out. Outdone by a Japanese. Me. By a Japanese schoolboy. No. No. No! Oh my. Oh. What the? What? Hmm. Oh my. Oh. What? Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. New headcanon. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. Curare? I still don't know how to pronounce it. Curare? That's the poison that she's researching. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. The swan is the actual person controlling Ratatouille style. That's why she never takes the hat off. Even the day she killed the professor, she was wearing the swan hat. That's why you can't see, like, you never see her eyes either, because they're like glazed over. Because she's not actually in control. Oh, yeah, I'm actually gonna start in a couple minutes. I'm actually just finishing up here, and then I'm gonna switch over to tarot. Let me actually open the queue for you. We're almost done with this trial. It's actually good, good timing. So the swan, so the Miss Brett is gonna go to prison, and the swan's gonna walk free. Oh, thanks for the follow. And I'm going to butcher this name. Forgive me. Is it Blinu? Blinu girl? Terrible. I'm also playing a game where I'm supposed to be reading, and I'm terrible at reading, so... Oh, me. Rinosuke. Blinu? Is that what I said first? I'll have to look at the VOD, but yes, I think that's right. Well, thank you for the follow. Like I said, I'm just wrapping this up. Looks like we're almost done with the case because she is found guilty, and then we'll switch over to tarot. So yeah, so the poison paralyzes the victim only if it's introduced to the wound, and he had one of his teeth removed, so it worked. So, and she knew all that. So this is all premeditated. She also knew that the professor carried a gun? What is this? Okay. So Ryunosuke was right the first time. Okay. Well, we know who the real culprit is. So we'll leave that. And let's go ahead and get switched over. Alright, give me 1 second while I get my camera set up. All right. Let's go ahead and get started here. All right, so today I have my same 3 decks. Well, I don't think this is the first time you've been here. So I like to use 3 decks. You get your choice. I like to use the Mystical Manga Tarot deck, which is one of my favorites, which is why I'm holding it in my hand right now. These are my newest ones. These are Brit's Third Eye Tarot. I bought them because I really like the art. And then I like to keep these ones. These are called the Tarot of the Divine. These are inspired by folklore and mythology all around the world. So you get to choose which one you want to use. Cool, I like the first one with the lady carrying the 9 of Wands. Perfect, so we'll use the Mystical Manga. Put these up here. I think I'm supposed to do that. Okay. So can we check the energy of my brother? Which marriage will this marriage end because he's struggling a lot and under so much pressure? Okay, let's take a look. So in my case, I like to kind of do a 4-card reading. Yeah, I know you usually see kind of like 3-card readings. I like to add the 4th card because it gives me a little bit more perspective and a little bit more insight. So we're going to go ahead and do a little bit extra. So we have the 5 of Wands as our first card. Uh-oh, there goes one. I dropped it. It's the 7 of Pentacles. And we're gonna go, oh, interesting, we're gonna go back a card to the 6 of Pentacles. And one last card. One more card, please. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Oh my. The Nine of Swords. Oh no, I'm sorry. You are absolutely right. It is the Four of Pentacles. I misread it. I was looking at it through my OBS, so I didn't actually see the card in its entirety. Thank you. All right. So the first card in my spread here will represent kind of our current situation. This is what's crossing us, and one of the things that's making it difficult. This is a solution on how to get over it. This is the over card, and then this is our end results. Excuse me. So in our current situation, I also like to kind of use this card as a indicator to see how we are in the reading, see if it's on point. The Five of Wands represents competition, conflict. So just like you're mentioning, there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of struggle that's happening right now. So that's definitely an indicator of kind of where we are, and that tells me that this reading is going to be kind of on track for what we're looking for. So one of the situations that we have here is make sure I'm reading it correctly since I made a mistake with the Four of Pentacles, is the Seven of Pentacles. Excuse me, in the reverse, and that's one of the things that's making this difficult. We already have this conflict. We already have these struggles, and what's making this even harder is that the decisions that are being made, either by or around, this person, is there's short-sightedness. There's distractions. There is kind of a lack of reward, a lack of what's the word I'm looking for? A lack of it'll come to me. Satisfaction in the work that's been put in, right? So they're working hard, they're under a lot of pressure, but nothing seems to be coming out of it. It doesn't bear any fruit. So it's just kind of this endless struggle to kind of find happiness in what they're doing, right? How we get over the situation is in the energy of the Four of Pentacles, and that's stability, conservation. So whereas the upright Seven of Pentacles is that hard work, diligence, and kind of the end result of that is reaping that which he has sown. How we get over this is we see that there's a lot of work that's being put in. Nothing is coming from it. We have to take a step back. We have to conserve. We have to find what stability we can, right? We have to stop. We have to get out of this rut, this endless cycle that we're finding ourselves in. The end result here, however, is a bit concerning. The Nine of Swords is a sword that I'm very familiar with in my own personal experiences, and it's the things that keep us up at night: nightmares, trauma, anxiety. So just like the card shows here, there are all these swords that are hanging over the person here, in this case your brother, and it worries him and it keeps him up at night. Let's see here. Yeah, I agree. She's a huge wonder, racking a lot of debt for my brother. Oh, spender. Oh, I see. Oh no, so definitely, yeah, he's working hard. He doesn't see the results of that because all of that's going somewhere else. So he has to step back and he has to conserve his own, his own rewards. And that's definitely going to be difficult for him. It keeps him at night. He's familiar. I'm going to go ahead and draw. I want to draw another card to clarify, to see kind of what what we can do about this, because even though we get over this situation and he finds himself still conserving for his own, he still worries about it. So I want to find out a little bit more. Well, it sounds like we may, he may have similar thoughts, because this is still worrying him. Even if he tries to conserve and step back, it's still worrying him. So I want to let's find out. I want to get some clarification. We'll use a different deck for a different kind of energy and a different kind of insight. Let's have a clarifier, please. The Two of Swords. So also, oh my, so also a card of the mind. So you may be familiar. Each of the cards have kind of a different um, sector that they embody, right? So the cups are going to be emotions. The wand is kind of your passions, your spirits, things that you're passionate about. The pentacles, the material, the body, the physical. Swords are going to be the thought and the mind. So, obviously this is mentally stressful. It's keeping him up at night, and I wanted to ask for a clarifier and see what we can do about it, right? And it gave me the Two of Swords, which is difficult choices, facing fears, a stalemate. It's the clashing of swords, right? What that tells me is the choice. Yeah, essentially. He needs to make that choice. And since it's the Two of Swords, the way I also interpret that is it's a choice between two people. Had it been, I'm trying to recall which one it is. Say like which one is it? Is it the Five of Swords, which is winning at at what cost? There are many people involved in that card, but the Two of Swords, to me, represents a choice between two people. And in this case, I feel like the way that it's interpreted is that difficult choice, facing fears. He has to make a choice on, just like you're mentioning, to cut her out or to have that stalemate, forever have those swords clashing, right? And to kind of be in that locked battle and always have those swords hanging over him. Either way, there's going to be swords, right? The only question is how many hang over his head, right? Do we have all these swords that keep him up at night, or do we make that tough choice? Or do we make that tough choice? And ultimately it will result in, those swords no longer hanging. He has to choose which of these swords he's going to use, and which ones he's going to make the decision for. She's always taking from him and claiming him for everything, it said. No, I know. I definitely understand where you're coming from, and from a family perspective, from in some ways, kind of on the outside looking in, you have a broader perspective. When you're in the situation, it can be difficult to really see everything that's at play, right? You don't see all of the inner workings, things that are happening right around you. Only feel the implications. Can tarot tell time? Yes and no. Not in a exacting fashion, but it can give us broad strokes of time. So if the question is, when will something happen, it can tell us if it's going to happen quickly or if it's going to take a long time. Um, I generally interpret them in terms of, weeks to months. So I suppose if you're like asking, when will this come to a head? Like when will he have to make a decision? We can ask and we can see. So is that something that you wanted to explore? No, you're absolutely welcome. I wish that I wish it could have been happier news, um, but that's the way the cards fell. And like I said, ultimately there will be a decision made, and we won't have those swords hanging over. So either way, the stress is going to dissipate. He has to choose what stresses he's going to maintain at this point. Let me ask my third deck for a matter of time. Let's see. And this deck is a little particular because I do like to use the guidebook for this one, because it is based on different folklore. I like to make sure that I get the stories right. So give me one moment. And hold on one second. It seems that my music is acting up. Death in the reverse. So this is the Tarot of the Divine. And my music is acting up a little bit. Let me just turn it off for now. I'll fix it in a bit. I'm not messing around with it right now. Let's see here. Where are you, Death? There it is. In the reverse. This is a Norwegian fairy tale. The White Bear King Valamon. So yes, just like you alluded to, it is another card of stagnation, being stuck, immobility, stubbornness. So this is going to take a very, very long time for him to come to terms with this, to be able to make this decision. Yeah. But to be fair, I mean, it is to be expected, right? Um, I think, let me scroll back up here. Like you said, that they are married. So he has decided to make this commitment. And it's a very difficult decision to make. There's a lot to weigh. There's a lot to take into consideration. Yeah, so if she decides to make the choice, then that's absolutely fine. But we are reading for your brother here, so he is going to make the best informed decision that he can, right? And it sounds like, based on what I can tell, like, I don't know who your brother is. I mean, I don't know who you are either, but based on what I can see here, your brother is, a hard worker who has fallen into kind of this conflict, and has fallen into this rut. right? But every card here, yeah, every card representing your brother, with the exception of the thing that's crossing him and the decision that he has to be made, are all upright cards, which tells me that he makes good decisions, that, there's good energies around him, that people care about him, but he has been affected by these cards, right? These reverse cards. So he's going to make the right decision, um, the best decision that he can. It's just going to take him time, right? We can ask. Let's see. So we'll have to start fresh. So I do also have to clarify that since we're reading for someone else, it is going to be through your lens, right? So how you interpret this person, it's going to be tinted through how you view them. A Libra, me, Libra. Virgo. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think probably the only slower decision makers are Libra, because we take everything into account when we make decisions. So like we can put ourselves into analysis paralysis a lot of the time, because we just need to know everything before we make a move. So let's ask the intentions and desires of the wife. Page of Wands. The Eight of Swords. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, one was upright already. Interesting. Oh, look, it's a Five of Swords, the one that I was just mentioning. How strange. All right, so let's see, where were we? We were talking about the Chariot. I do like to put them down on my grid here, so I don't have to keep looking down at the deck, since my microphone is up here. So forgive me. Five of Swords. There we go. Oh, that's oh my, that's serious business. Well, let's see if it gives us any insight. Again, it is going to be through your lens. So let's take it. Let's take it with a grain of salt. So the first card, the Page of Wands, is going to again kind of be our control, and see if we're kind of reading the situation correctly. The Page of Wands in the reverse is going to represent kind of a naive energy, a lack of imagination, doing the constantly doing the same things, right? The page normally represents an exploratory energy, right? Wanting to go out and do something. Especially the wand represents kind of that spirit and passion. So it's, normally means, I want to go out and I want to explore. I want to do my own thing. I want to learn new things. In this case, it is that lack of imagination, and they're okay with constantly doing the same thing over and over again. Which sounds like that may be the case for your brother's wife, right? In this case, they're used to feeding off of that naive energy and constantly doing the same things over and over again, regardless of the how do I phrase this? Regardless of who it affects. Let's put it that way. This is the crossing card, and it's the Eight of Swords. It represents anxiety, entrapment. So I think there's also a sense of entrapment in this as well. I think you mentioned, well, how do I put this? Part of the reason why they are constantly doing this is because they can't get out either, right? I mentioned in the previous reading that it's a difficult decision to make because they're married, right? So I think she may also feel that she's trapped in this cycle. So for better or for worse, it's I might as well make the best of the situation, right? So if I'm trapped here, I'm going to keep doing this. The overarching card is going to be the Chariot, and that represents, in some cases, it represents movement, but it also represents rushed decisions, right? In some cases, the Chariot moves you, right? It moves so quickly that you don't always have an opportunity to point it in the direction that you want it to go. You're just along for the ride. So in this case, we are kind of trapped in this situation. And the way to get over this is to let the situation, you know, guide us and just take us, right? If she is able to do that, this is the situation that we see ourselves in. The Five of Swords. And it's super weird that I mentioned it before about how the Two of Swords represented that singular decision. The Five of Swords represents, at what cost? This decision that I made, what did it cost me? The sacrifice that had to be made, that just shameful behavior at the end here. So, what I'm getting out of this is there's a situation that naive, pessimistic, lack of imagination, unwanting to move forward. They're comfortable with where they are, but they're also comfortable where they are because they're trapped. They're making the best of this situation, right? They found a good way to live, and they're trapped in the situation. Eventually, that chariot energy is going to move so quickly, and it's going to move forward, and it's going to move on without them, right? Things are going to go out of control, beyond their control. And the end result here is that shameful behavior, that recognition of shameful behavior, of what have I done? Yes, I am, been able to live, comfortably, but at what cost? What sacrifices need to be made? So there is going to be a, kind of a homecoming, a reckoning, if you want to call it that. That's going to happen. So it doesn't quite answer the question of, can we see if she desires to leave? Because I think, well, actually, maybe it does, because it looks like no, she doesn't desire to leave. Because not only is she trapped, by the the Eight of Swords, but she's also comfortable. She's made the best of that situation. The only solace that we can take from this is eventually the Chariot energy is going to take it and it's going to move beyond her grasp and it's going to come to a head, right? And when all of that is exposed, then, you know, there's nothing left to hide. And then, you know, true decisions can be made. Does that make sense? Yes. So in a way, yes and no. So in a way, she is the designer of her own fate, but it will uh, it'll become too much for her to control. So yeah, she is unwillingly destroying um, her own path forward. Do you have any other questions? Any other details? I'm glad. I'm glad it makes sense. I know this is a um, kind of a difficult reading, kind of a difficult situation. And I'm glad it made sense. Again, I always wish that it could be, kind of a happily ever after, like a Ten of Coins kind of a situation, but I have to read the cards as they drop. But the solace we can take from this is, um, you know, the the end of the Nine of Swords and the Five of Swords as well. Yes, no, please go ahead. There's no one else in queue. By all means, go ahead and ask another question. I feel like she has bad negative energies. Oops. No, yeah, definitely based on these. Sorry, I'm like reading through the chat right now. Um, yep, based on the cards that kind of dropped for her, definitely sounds like she has that those you know darker energies, or at the very least darker intentions, right? I want to know if they are gonna make the trip. I want to know if they are gonna make the trip happen to Hawaii this fall. Oh, okay. Do you want to use the same deck or do you want to use a different deck? Some different insight. It's up to you. Same deck? Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix my music. That way I have something going on in the background. Let's see. Oh, hold on. I know. Give me 1 second. There we go. Oh, no. What happened? Okay, there we go. Keeps resetting. Okay. Now that we have that out of the way. Oh, thank you. All right, so let's find out about Hawaii. Just want to see if it's going to happen. Oh, okay. 10 of Cups. They rarely go on trips, but they rarely go on trips, but him bringing that up kind of is on. They always overpromise and never follow through. Okay. 10 of Cups followed by the King of Cups. Two more. Zawardo. The world. Okay. Queen of Coins. Okay. All right, so let's take a look here. It was, yeah, until the queen kind of showed up, but that's gonna be our future state. So let's see how we get to that destination, right? I also just realized something. Yeah, see, you caught me off guard because normally I have a little bit of time to like enable my timers and everything, but I was so excited to start doing readings for you, and then I forgot to turn on my notifications and stuff. So I'll do that now. But the trip to Hawaii. So our current situation in regards to this, this is going to be a little bit contradictory because the 10 of Cups represents our current situation, and that's fulfillment, dreams coming true, this kind of inner happiness. So just like you mentioned that they rarely go on trips, so it's kind of odd that they kind of bring it up. So in this situation, when we're talking about the trip to Hawaii, he has brought it up because he feels he feels like he's in a good place, right, to bring it up. We've learned previously that overall, kind of like the overall situation, that there's deficiencies in that happiness, right? But when it comes to this situation, talking about Hawaii, he feels this inner happiness that he thinks that can be fulfilled by this trip, right? And he wants to share this this news. What is making this situation difficult, and just like you also mentioned, they always overpromise and never follow through, is the King of Cups. The King of Cups represents that wisdom, that generosity, that balance, right? And part of that, of why that's making it difficult is, yes, he feels like this is a good thing, that he wants to do, something that's going to bring him fulfillment. But as we really get into the nitty gritty of it, right? The wisdom portion of the King of Cups is all the planning necessary to make it happen. Who who do I take? What do I pay for everything? What's this balance, this perfect balance that I need to find so that we can make that happen? It's all the the planning portion that bogs down the 10 of Cups. How we get over that is the world, and that is by just making it happen. Fulfillment, triumph, completion, right? Something I think I joked around about it is that, as a Libra, I get stuck in this situation right here, this exact situation. I worry about how am I going to make it happen? What's the best way forward? That I never actually make it happen. I never let the world energy take over. I know you mentioned that you have, rising Libra, that you're a Virgo. I'm not sure if your brother is the same, or in my situation where he's a Libra, but this might be, if he is, then I definitely feel for him, because you're gonna get stuck. He's gonna get stuck, right? And he's never gonna get over it. But if he wants this to happen, if he wants this, a Leo. Oh, you said he's a Virgo, right? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, I misread it. But yes, if he wants this to happen, he just has to let it happen, right? King of Cups be damned. The world energy has to take over, and the advice from me is this: if I were reading for him, the advice is the world energy is a major arcana card, right? For me, that is a stronger energy than the King of Cups. The King of Cups definitely has strength and knowledge, but the world, like, how do you combat the world, right? Let it take over. Let it go, right? Let it move you forward to completion, to the fulfillment, to the triumph, to the end of that cycle. The end result, however, is the Queen of Pentacles. The Queen of Pentacles is a lack of organization, jealousy. If we move forward in this fashion, that makes total sense. If we move forward in this fashion, and the King of Cups be damned, he hasn't planned, he hasn't organized, he just went by the seam of his pants. That Queen of Pentacles, that material energy, there's a lack of organization. There's that I call it a smothering energy, but it means that in that moment you're giving you're putting too much energy into the moment, right? You're dedicating too much of it to one particular thing. Let's see here. Is that Queen of Discs his wife's energy, or his indecision? It's the so in this reading, so we're reading it from present to future, right? So in this case, let's see, it really should look maybe a little bit like this. Okay. So we're reading it from present to future. So he thinks that we can have this vacation, right? This happily ever after, the Ten of Cups. What's making that difficult is a lot of that indecision. If he lets the world energy take over and just goes for it, right? No decision making, and just flies by the seat of his pants, we end up with the Queen of Pentacles, which is a lack of organization, smothering energy. So it means in the moment, if he does, if he lets the world energy take over, and let's say they go to Hawaii, no planning, no nothing, he's gonna be spending so much of his energy in the moment trying to make it work, because he's discovered that he didn't do any planning. So it's not going to be a successful trip. And this is why I like to do this kind of reading, because it actually opens up our options. So this is going to be our second option. So if he goes this way, it leads to this situation. If we go this way, it's going to lead to this. What is the Five of Cups? Okay. That's fun. Okay. Oh my. Okay. So, the other option is that we embrace the Five of Cups in the reverse. And that's acceptance, moving on, finding peace with your decisions, right? And this is in relation to, so I've covered everything up now. This is in relation to the King of Cups. The King of Cups was that lack of decision that's making it difficult, right? So if we just let it go, we end up trying to make it work to the point where it's no longer enjoyable. Kind of, yeah. So if we accept that we're in an indecision rut, right? We end up essentially not being able to make that happen, that trip happen. We end up here at the Wheel of Fortune. Bad luck, clinging to the past, no control over our fate, right? We feel that we have no control over what of decisions that we have, because we're stuck in this indecision rut. So it definitely sounds like your brother could use some energy cleansing. Because every reading that we've done for him has definitely been in this kind of rut situation, right? Like his situation is that he's, cycling in this negative energy, and he's kept up at night by the situation. Even in this reading, is he gonna go on a vacation essentially? If he does, he's not gonna like it, because he's gonna spend so much time in the moment, smothering it with his energy, trying to make it perfect. If he doesn't, he's going to be clinging to the past. He's going to look back and say, "Oh, I should have done this. I should have done this. I could have done this. Shoulda, coulda, woulda." Right? So either way, he's not happy. Either way, because my intuition tells he's not going to happen because they can't afford it. So then that definitely is, because the King of Cups is that, is also that generosity piece. It's not the King of Coins generous, but there's a bit of generosity in there, in that, it's giving money, it's spending money, not hoarding it. So that's definitely one of the things that's making it difficult. He asked for Airbnb with everyone. I feel like that's already a red flag. Yeah, no, that's definitely something to kind of look at. Maybe not look out for as too strong of a term, but it's an indicator of kind of things to come. Especially given the reading, right? Where is that? The Queen of Pentacles. There it is. Okay, yeah. But from the sounds of it, it definitely sounds like you would need kind of an energy cleansing at the very least, because even the things that don't completely revolve around a particular person necessarily. I know this one technically would revolve around the family and a particular person, but even decisions that he would be able to make on his own are being tainted by this energy. So I would definitely recommend cleansing that. A lot of issues there all over life, partner decisions. No, absolutely. I trying to think how best to kind of broach that situation, but for you, like how you can act and how you can make decisions to try to help your brother. Like the only thing I could really suggest is providing that positive energy, right? Because you can't cleanse his energy for him. That's not a thing that really can be done. Oh my, okay. But you can try to provide him with as much positive energy as you can. As long as he can heal when, yeah, or yeah, right. But based on what I can see here on in the reading, you know, that separation is only part of the puzzle, right? And it will only take him so far, because even in the first reading that we did, the Two of Swords, he still has swords that are going to be hanging over him. So it's going to take more time to get over that energy. But no, absolutely. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope it was definitely insightful. Like I said, I wish that there was more positive um, happily ever afters that I could summon, but I just read the cards as they drop. But it hopefully gave you insight as to what you can do and what to expect. No, and it definitely gives off that feel, that, you know, that karmic kind of situation. So you're not far off. You too. Have a good night. Take care. If you're ever curious again, feel free to stop by. I'm always here on Tuesdays. Sweet dreams. Good night. All right. So I'll hang out for a little bit longer. I usually do the last part of my stream, the tarot part of my stream, for about an hour, unless I have people in the queue. So we're getting towards the end there. I know I started a little bit late because I was really into Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, but luckily we were able to get some readings in and hopefully some insight. So like I said, we're going to stick around for a little bit and see if anyone else joins, and if not, we'll do a quick general reading for everyone, and then we'll call it a night. Now that I have my music all set up correctly, now I don't have to worry about it dying, so that's fun. All right, so I'll go ahead and do a quick general reading for whoever. Let's see, let me do this really quick just in case. So if anyone decides to pop in while I'm doing the final general reading, just go ahead and hit !join. That way you can get in the queue. There's no one in there right now, so you'll be next in line. We can get you read for and taken care of. Quick general reading. Oops, there's one. Oh, High Priestess. Oh, another one. King of Swords. There's another one. Two of Pentacles. And one last card. It's Justice. All right. So in our general reading, we're going to look at it through the lens of the High Priestess in the reverse. It's a lack of trust, repressed feelings, the loss of an inner voice. So we are in a place where we're unsure. We're unsure of ourselves. We're unsure of the situation around us. And we don't know kind of which way to go, right? What's further making that difficult is the King of Swords. The King of Swords represents a head over heart, logic, discipline. So we are unsure of what's going on, and we're kind of overthinking the situation, right? The King of Swords tells us, if this, then that. And everything must have a place. Everything must have a rhythm, right? So not only are we lost, but we're overthinking the situation. The only way to get over this, or the way to get over this, is through the Two of Pentacles. The Two of Pentacles represents priorities, adapting to change, balancing decisions. So just like it shows here, the waves going with the flow, but also balancing the two coins, the two things that have been given to us, and making that choice to keep both of them, that balance. If we are able to overcome our indecision, and if we're able to overcome that indecision, the end result is going to be justice in the upright position, and that's going to be that balance, that honor, that truth. We're going to find ourselves again. We're going to find peace. So just like the scales of truth behind balance, or behind justice, we're going to find ourselves again. So whoever out there, if you're lost, don't overthink it. Find your center, find the decisions that are important to you, and that's going to lead you back to balance. All right? So I hope that was helpful to you. I'm Soren Arcanus. I'm here every Tuesday, gameplay in the early evening, tarot reading at night. Swing on by, and I hope you guys have a good night. Most of the people that I follow are offline today, so we won't be doing a raid today. We're just going to call it, and hope you guys take care. Have a good night.